I'm telling you, it's hard to interrupt these songs. Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code where my camera is not working. Welcome in. Welcome the heck on in. Oh, that was terrible. Welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Enjoying yourselves. Hey, camera. Camera. Oh, I gotta push activate. Bam. Yes. I mean, the Harry Potter invisibility cloak works just fine. Somebody's been playing Hogwarts Legacy lately. I heard your Leviosa Windaria on Friday's stream, I want to say. Windaria Levioso? Anyway, I heard your reference to it. Unless that actually is from the Harry Potter series and you were quoting the Harry Potter series. I can neither confirm nor deny. Anyway, hi Big Gamey, hi Duke of Soft, hello anyone who happens to be here and lurking. I hope you're enjoying your Monday, start of the work week for a lot of people. I am going to continue working on the lab data version of the project. We're mostly done. I'm just working on styling now. It is functional, very functional, completely functional. Works exactly as we want. There is one thing that I would really like to figure out, which is when I deploy the app where it's on auto or just to WASM directly, I'm getting a globalization issue from the Excel data reader project. And I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that I can still use that, because right now I have to deploy as server pre-render only. I can do the blue screen spell in Harry Potter working as intended. I'm assuming, Duke is Soft, that you tried running it and it just blue screens on you. We need to help you out with that. Oh, need to start on this thing. I apparently didn't drink enough weekend over the water over the weekend, because I just emptied my first bottle of the 2-week water cycle thing that I have water delivered this morning, and I usually finish it on Saturday evenings. And so I am behind schedule, and I just want to drink the amount of water that I buy. Pretty much. Okay, so what are we doing? I am working on styling a bunch of stuff. So right now I'm on this save as dialog. Oh, come on, I restarted the project so that we wouldn't have these squigglies. Squigglies. It runs for 30 minutes to an hour and then it blue screens. The only game that does it. Yeah, there is a memory leak in it. I am really quite sure, and I have not tried that, Scott. I will try that right now. So when I played it on the computer that has the bigger graphics card, it I'd be able to play it for an hour to 2 hours before any time that I use Revelio or attack anything. It would just lag, like when it's detecting objects. So I'm assuming it's something to do with a ray tracer or a hit detection. And when I hit an object, it's just like lag. And so you can imagine in the battleground, or whatever they're called, the little arena thingies, if I start it and I get pretty far along in it, and then like on the last wave or second to last wave, it starts lagging, and as I turn my camera while I'm hitting something, I'm suddenly facing a direction I wasn't expecting to, and oh, it's so frustrating. But I've already 100% the game, so I have uninstalled it and I am no longer playing it. Let's see. High Tech Redneck is here. High Tech Redneck says, I fill my 32-ounce cup 3 to 5 times a day, but I also just drink tap water. We can't drink the tap water here. As you know, I work for the Rocky Mountain, or work at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, and had my water delivered in pipes. And so this entire place was used for manufacturing chemical weapons and pesticides eventually. And so water, I still don't trust the water going through here, even though I know it's clean. I've seen the data. I know that we don't have any bad analytes coming through the water system, but I do live north of the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. So, and that's the way that the water travels. So I'm still not gonna drink the water. Plus the actual water treatment facility is, like, the city water treatment facility is somewhere around here. Maybe here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the main water treatment facility for the city water. We would let you know if you started sprouting extra heads. Oh, I've got a big enough head. I don't need extras. But yeah, I fill these 2 water bottles, and as soon as I empty one, I usually have to use the restroom. So then I go take a break and then go back upstairs and refill the water bottle that I emptied and start on the other one. And I just keep doing that over and over and over and over. And it usually ends up being, I empty the last water bottle on Wednesday evening. I get my water delivery on Thursday mornings, and everything just lines up perfectly. Just like the multi-headed dog in Harry Potter. The, well, there's a few. There's a Barghast, and there's the one that everyone knows. What's your name, doggos? I think of their name. I buy water bottles despite clean tap water in our entire county. Yes, Fluffy. Cerberus is who I'm thinking of. Yay, I can remember stuff. All right, did I miss anyone saying hi or just anything at all? We got some quap from Scud. I am adding the property to my CS proj right now, and then I am going to go ahead and deploy it with the correct render mode so that we can test it out real quick. I have hybrid globalization false, but I didn't know there was a blabber globalization. Yep, I said that correctly. Blazor WebAssembly load all globalization data. Whoa, that was short. That was short. Usually Automated Realms has a lot to say to Big Gamey. This time it was like, Big Gamey, you missed the target. That was your last try. I think I know why. I think it's because I didn't actually start the LLM. And so you just got the default message. Is that really the default message? That's crazy. Let me start the LLM and get it running. It did take a while to appear. So yeah, it probably timed out, and then it's like, oh, here's your default message. It's gonna say 500. Internal server error. Okay, we'll wait for that to get started. And while we're waiting for that, yeah, I ran into an issue. I'm so sorry. I did think of a few things that I have not been utilizing in Blazor to begin with. I'm going to take it over here so I can publish. One of them is head outlet and head content. I was trying to think of ways that I can load CSS only when it's needed. Instead of using isolated CSS, which I think, and I could be wrong, but all of your isolated CSS files get bundled into one big CSS file, and that CSS file is then loaded up front with your application start. It may be loaded deferred, but it's still loaded with everything else, I think. And with that, it's like, I don't want to load all the CSS unless it's going to be used. So one thing that we have access to is this thing called head content if you use head outlet. And I'll show you what that does here in a second after I publish. Okay, I need to load the model. Choose Open Orca. Load. You keep saying this. Actually, that is really cold. So that's not just cold for just Texans. That is genuinely cold. It's not like, you know, frozen. Well, I mean, I guess it is below freezing, but still. That's cold. But it is cold. So unlike your 30s and 40s that you were like, man, it's cold. Those are chilly days. .26 and snowing in New Jersey. Okay. Finish deploying. See what I did there? Oh, Dukasoft. Who needs a bot when we have a Dukasoft for the puns? Dukabot is best non-bot bot ever. But we are getting 2 for the price of none while I'm publishing. I accidentally took my cat's meds last night. Don't ask me meow. Don't ask meow. Don't. Oh. Well, first of all, I'm terrible at jokes and being joke. He said, "Oh no, President, not sure." I'm terrible at being punny, but that one, these are hard. These are rough. Anyway, so best bots joke, which hasn't been hitting or landing very well for me lately, is where do sheep go to get their hair cut? The Baba Shop. See. Well, yeah, it's just that, Marcus, I totally botched the pun because I inserted words, or a word, and I know it was supposed to be meow. I mean meow. I just failed at it, that's all. Okay, we get 2 more. And we're gonna keep getting more. The next 2 are, what is the best way to carve? Whittle by whittle. I like that one. It's not hilarious, but I like that one. Oh, and it was a Dukabot joke. Nice. And then the other bot says, in my career as a lumberjack, I cut down exactly 52,487 trees. I know because I kept a log. That's just cruel. Don't treat Gaia like that. Okay, this is where the globalization error happens. Is it just pure coincidence that the 2 jokes are linked in some way? No, not at all. I made it that way. I made sure that when Dukasoft does his dad joke request, that I get Siribot's joke first, usually, and then I keep querying Dukabot until it gives me a joke that is similar to Siribot's joke. I mean, there are no coincidences. Everything is happening because it's either going to be a catalyst for us to utilize or wait, he's still going. Anyway, 2 more jokes. What's brown and sounds like a bell? Dung. I don't get it. The other bot says, why is it always hot in the corner of a room? Because the corner is 90 degrees. Not in our house, buddy. Our corners are all somewhere between 70 and 130 degrees. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course. Architects do not like angled corners. Don't do that to an architect. Yeah. We know you get your jokes from Megan Has Dad Joke. I mean, I knew that. I guess not everyone in chat knew that you get your jokes from Megan Has Dad Joke. I think Suribot just queries Dukabot. Okay, so as I was mentioning, this is where the error happens. Let me move this back on screen. When I am in WASM mode, and we know that we're in WASM mode because if we look at our application, we can see that in our somewhere cache storage, we have a whole bunch of DLLs. WASM files. Okay, so when I try to read a file, when it uses Excel data reader, it gives us the error. Nothing. It worked. Thank you, Scott. Oh, thanks, God. That's fun to say. Okay, but yeah, here's where I was talking about the application bundling all of your isolated CSS into one file and loading it all up front. And what I wanted to do is only load the styles that are relevant to the components that are showing. Like, look at all of these that loaded. And I am not using all of them until something like the flyout is showing. And if the flyout is showing, then load the CSS for that instead of loading it up front. If the preview is showing, then load the CSS for that. And then the one that we are working on fixing, if the save as is, not fixing, but cleaning up. If the save as is showing, then load the styles for it. And so we can use head content on a per page basis. I would recommend doing it on a per page basis as opposed to a per component basis, because the head content component will override any other head content components that were above it. So in a component, you have access to it everywhere as long as in your app.razor, which I don't have open. And again, I'm specifically talking about in a Blazor web app.net 7 and above. I think 7 and above, but there's this head outlet. And as long as you have the head outlet, wherever you put it is where the content from any of your head content components will go. And so this can be something like link rel style sheet. Why haven't you reloaded all of my styles? And then only the specific styles to that web page. I did publish with Visual. My gosh, these words today. I did publish with Visual Studio. And I published with Visual Studio using web deploy to my AWS server. And that's why I took it off screen, because it has my AWS server URL in there, my test server. But I'm going to close and reopen it one more time so I can get my syntax highlighting and my Roslyn compiler stuff. A common issue is after publishing with Visual Studio, all IntelliSense and highlighting disappears. Restart Visual Studio to fix. Yep. And I thought that I did. But what I ended up doing, so like the process that I do is when I publish using Visual Studio, then I rebuild with debug so that I at least have my debug build in bin and obj, and then close and reopen Visual Studio, because sometimes just closing and reopening Visual Studio doesn't resolve the issue unless I have a good build after publishing for debug. Oh, but yeah, you are so super duper helpful, and I really, really appreciate the information you were trying to give me, but that is one that I knew, surprisingly. So don't stop, though. Don't let that discourage you from continuing to give me recommendations. Yep. Okay, Big Amy says, okay, this might be a better database. What do you get when you cross a rabbit with a water hose? Hairspray. A better database. A better joke database? Better joke database, I think he meant. Awesome. Okay, so the window that I am really wanting to style and clean up, I'm going to close these for now. Oh, and here's me researching the issue. This is from like 3 weeks ago when I started researching this issue, by the way. And nowhere in any of these, at least I had, since the last time I took a close look at them, followed all the links to all of the referenced issues and blogs and stuff, nowhere did it say Blazor Hyper or Blazor WebAssembly include all globalization, whatever the thing is. Blazor WebAssembly load all globalization data. Did not see this. Well done, Big Gamey. While the shot did not hit the target, it was a good effort. It's a shame that it flew over by a decent margin, but practice makes perfect. You scored 0 for this turn, with a total score of 0. Remember to check your other scores too. Keep shooting and improving. You're so helpful, Automated Realms. One day, not only will Automated Realms be helpful, but Automated Realms will be a real thing. www. Oh my gosh, quit taking my keyboard focus. No W's, just automatedrealms.com. One day this is going to be a real site. One day I'm going to be a real boy. And it'll have all of the automated realms in there, from music to clothing to software to all of the automated realms. One day. The gamer responded to Automated Realm saying, "Is it easy to sit there in your ivory tower judging everyone while we struggle on the ground trying to hit the target that is almost impossibly far into the distance? Ask it for a friend." To Big Gamey, Automated Realm says, "I understand that it's not easy to hit the target, but I'm here to help you improve your aim. Keep practicing and you'll get better." I'm going to have it start being a little bit more snarky while you're shooting. Be like, "I'm not going to help you out, but I'm just saying, you know, your angle is a little low there." Okay. This is the window that I am wanting to continue styling. I started with rounded corners and applying some of my normal dialogue template stuff. The thing that I was really confused about is why isn't this taking my default styling from the component library that it should be taking? Which is the header is its own height, the body is auto, no, is 1FR. So header is auto, body is 1FR, footer is auto. And the footer is supposed to have the same default button styling as everything else. So why is that not the case? Is it because I'm not actually importing button styles? Good thing I have this open. Is it buttons or do I have it somewhere else? I was just thinking we need to crank up the snarkiometer. Digsoft said to Automated Realms, just pretend I'm not here. That's what I'm doing. Automated Realms says, Digsoft, I'm here to assist you as well. If you have any questions or need help, feel free to ask. And Digsoft said, that's a boring answer. Automated Realms said, my apologies. Here's a more entertaining response. I'm not here to make friends, I'm here to make jokes. And Draw Curiosity is here. Hello, Draw Curiosity. How are you doing on this fantastic Monday? I'm technically asleep. With the sleeping snail. Speaking of, I have not seen any of these happen yet. Maybe I'm just not paying attention, but here is a shout out for our first streamer viewer, Big Gamey, who was the first to say hello and hi. And we will queue up a shout out for Draw Curiosity as well in a 90 seconds or so. And when I say queue up, I mean I'm either going to remember to do a shout out for you or Dukesoft will. Oh. Yeah, if you don't know Big Amy, which I'm sure all of you do, Big Amy is a wonderful human being, human, probably not even human some of the times, maybe not ever. Oh yeah, and there was probably some room for our bar to, but I cannot speak today. Looking for a thing. Oof. What to do when your pen holder is full of things that you don't use? Oh my goodness. Jiminy, that took a lot of work. I'm sure there was room for a Bardaki joke somewhere in there. I'm not good at those. Something about hello, technically asleep. I'm bit dack gamey soft. Something. It's technically before my wake up time, but I woke up, so I peeped Twitch. What is your wake up time, typically, if you feel like sharing? My wake up time is 4:30, well, before 4:30, so that I can make my cup of coffee and then be down here and at my computer by 4:30. Love KLF, last train to Trans Central particularly. I don't know KLF. Yes, 4:30 a.m. I start my workday at 4:30 a.m., take a break at 7:30 to do some exercise and hygiene stuff for an hour, come back down, and then do more work, start streaming on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then end my workday by 1:30, except on Fridays because we do that 2-hour community day, which I don't bill for because that's not part of my work time. And yeah, from 1:30 to 3:30, do music or whatever else I feel like doing for that 2-hour slot because it's mine and I can do whatever I want with it. Uh-oh. I didn't actually read it. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Shout out to Draw Curiosity. I still don't really know how to describe your stream, and I'm sure I wrote it down somewhere. Oh, wait. Dukasoft did. But Draw Curiosity is somewhat of a variety streamer, because I've seen you do stuff like talk science, I've seen you do video editing, I've seen you do craft and making type stuff, I've seen you do fashion type things. But yeah, totally amazing, fun, wonderful stream to hang out in. She's a great personality, chats with everyone, hangs out, just a good time. You must go to bed right after dinner. I'm usually in bed by 9 o'clock, 9 to 9:30 p.m. But like, I don't know. You have therapy on Monday morning, so I get up slightly earlier, but generally double digits. Like, if I got into the habit of it and my body was used to it, I could go to sleep or go to bed as late as 12:30. 9 to 9:30. I'm debating another cup of coffee at night. Really? You can do coffee at night? Is it decaf? Or you just aren't as affected by I'd just say an ex-academic who discovered Twitch. Awesome. Drink a coffee. Yeah, I only have 2 cups of coffee a day, and they're both pretty much first thing in the morning. I get my first cup of coffee when I wake up, as I said, and then my second cup of coffee around 5:50 to 6 o'clock in the morning. And then that's when I come back to my computer and start doing shoutouts on TBD Gamer's stream, who also spoke earlier. TBD Gamer. He said, "Hello, fam," pretty much. In those exact words. No, not really. Sorry if I didn't actually greet you back, TBD, but hello back. Great stream earlier. I was reading off your comments at least. TBD Gamer is a .NET developer who does UI typically in Angular because that's his most comfortable place with UI. Not to say that UI is a comfortable place for anyone, at least not for most of us, but it is what he knows. But he is going to dabble a bit in Blazor, I hear, in his upcoming remake of, or continuing of, the making of streamers.develop, developers.stream. Developers.stream. Oh man. If it helps me wake up time, if it helps my wake up time have been late, that I've missed a lot of you and Lee's stream recently, I envy all your efforts. Effortless, all you effortless morning people. It is not effortless. It took a lot of learning about myself to get to this point. Like, I used to be of a mindset, and this isn't for everyone, so tune me out if you want. Totally okay. I used to be of a mindset that there was a limited amount of energy, and that, no, you're okay. There was a limited amount of energy that I could have access to, and it replenished when I slept or when I'm by myself doing nothing with no one else and just able to be as free as I can, because that gives me energy. That's where I draw my energy from, or hanging out with my wife. And for anyone to ask me or say things to me that are just a waste of my time or energy, or even like waking up earlier or later or whatever, doing things that are just not within my limits of energy. They were not things that I would do. I would get really frustrated and angry and annoyed. But I've recently, and by recently I mean in the last couple of years, recently convinced myself and bought into the fact that there is an energy source out there that is unlimited, that I have access to, that we all have access to. Anna, I was just listening in on your stream, and that's why I was kind of stuttering over myself. Oh my gosh, another fantastic streamer. Shout out to Anna, Sass, Dev. How are things going? How did your project turn out, or are you still working on it? Oh, absolutely. Enjoy your evening classes. Don't worry about responding. I'll hear it from you in your next stream. Tyndall. I'll hear back from my Christmas project this evening. Awesome. So I'll make sure to tune in and listen a little bit closer on your streams tomorrow. But yeah, point is, I have bought into the fact that I have access to this unlimited well of unlimited energy that I could reach into and draw on whenever I want. I still do get drained. I still do get people drained pretty easily, pretty fast. But again, I just reach into that well. The only part that's still difficult for me is choosing to reach into the well. But as soon as I decide that I'm going to, then the energy just goes, and it even makes a noise. It's nice. So can recommend. Anyway, you do want just asking hello? Let me know if I got your name right. For those of you new here, I am One Lion. I am currently working on my work product. I'm trying to find out whether I have a repository in my component not a repository, a project in my component library for buttons, or at least CSS styling for my default buttons. I don't. I have a slider button. But the project that I'm currently working on is a data import utility, which I am also open sourcing. So you can see that type of work on Fridays. All of my previous streams are on YouTube, save the ones where I made some silly mistake and just didn't post them. So those are not on the YouTubes. I do have a copy of it, so I could eventually edit the video for that one part and then repost, but that's a lot of work for me, even if it is just taking a video, cutting a clip out, and then re-rendering it. Still too much work for me. So yeah, no buttons, no button styles. Oof, this is going to be difficult because all of my button styles for the library that we have been using are inside of that library's isolated CSS files. I wish I had a way to have access to the .scss files from that repository, from that project. Anyway, catching up on chat. So once Anna came in with the raid, just before that, Big Gamey said mine was, if it helps my wake up. So Draw Curiosity was saying if it helps my wake up time, my wake up times have been late, such that I missed Big Gamey's and this stream. Anyway, we know what she meant. And then Big Gamey said, mine was pushed to tomorrow, so there's that. Yes, and I saw your message on your stream, Big Gamey, saying that you were not feeling well. I hope you do get to feel better. Then Anna came in, and you do want just asking, said hello. Anna Raiden ran. Going to evening class. Dindle's here. Once we find an unlimited energy source, we've got Star Trek. And let's do a shout out for Thindle if Dukasoft hasn't beat me to it. Thindle is a .NET developer working on e-commerce type applications, his own personal site, some tools in Blazor. He has made Visual Studio extensions, and recently he made Microsoft MVP. So definitely check out his streams. One amazing person there to hang out with. And then Draw Curiosity said your sleep schedule. To pick Kimmy's comment about his being moved to tomorrow. That's funny. We were brainstorming about the new and latest iteration of Adhere engine, which I believe is Anna Sastev's game engine that she is creating on her stream. Oh, Draw Curiosity greeted the Raiders. The gamey says, I'm a bit sickly today, so I delayed it. Hello, bit sickly. I'm here at your leisure. Dukasoft did a Duka shout out for Anna Sastev. I was thinking more like fusion. Aha. Yeah, I was so like free energy will be a thing. It'll get disclosed with all of the rest of the disclosures. But the internal energy that you yourself have, like the idea that you have a limited amount, I postulate is just you saying that you have a limited amount, and that's completely okay. Oh, why do you? I was really close. Why do you want just asking? Cool. So there's that, some nausea. So Duka for Thindle. And and Stream Elements decided to do Thindle as my next rotating shout out. That's fun. But you don't have no docs, do you, Stream Elements? Ooh. Thindle. That's my Thindle. And yeah. How many SO commands do I have? All of them. You have all the commands. Okay, so like I said, what I'm working on is this data file import utility, and what this is used for is for taking any kind of Excel or CSV file, importing it into your C# project, C# application, to be able to use it as a C# object. There are plenty of libraries out there that already read it into a data table, for example, but this it provides UI for you to be able to turn it into why aren't you turning to not new or to not disabled? And thank you so much for the follow. I do not show names of followers unless and until you do decide to chat. I very highly respect, I should say, lurkers and people that just want to be here to hang out and not get called upon or called out or anything like that. So welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your time here. So when you choose a file, like I just did, I drag and dropped a file, it reads it into a data table, and then there's UI for you to be able to map to a target C# type, which I have just defined myself in the code. And then the user is the one that defines these rules on which fields to use to map from into one of your C# properties for that object type. And so it's all for the most part done. And the core library for this, the main portion of this, I am open sourcing as the data import utility. I'll link directly to the branch. And this is just the UI that gives you the data table, and then these buttons are in the data table. I could use some UI help, but it's fine for now. The preview of what the output would look like, the field mapping on the side that is currently doing some weird stuff, and the value configurations. So all of this UI and functionality is part of the core library. Everything to do with a lab data type of situation is specific to how I'm using it at work. Cool. Okay, we'll do a shout out for AOA. AOA. Who I am now following. Shout out AOA. Who apparently is good at UI. He designed my app. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, so I'm making this an open source project so anyone can contribute. I clicked on it. It's so much habit. I have to click. And there's a red badge. Oh, it's so annoying. But yeah, it's an open source project. I'm doing my best to learn UI more myself and do a lot of the things myself just because that's how I am. I don't like putting obligations on anyone else nor obligating myself to anyone else in that way. Yeah. Okay. So why did the cancel not re-enable my buttons? That's another issue. Oh my gosh. Don't really know what to do about that. We'll fix that today, right now. I don't remember if I showed you the screenshots. I believe you have. But right now I'm gonna focus on this for a little bit. And then if you post the screenshots now, I will take a minute to get to them, but I want to fix the UI for this first. That way I get some work done. Because again, I am on the clock. I am doing my day job. I don't want to ignore you guys at all, ever. But I also don't want to only pay attention to you guys while I'm trying to get work done. Fridays, I have a 2-hour session just about every Friday from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., which is about 15 minutes from now, a little under 15 minutes from now, for 2 hours from that time, where the only thing that I do is pay attention to you. Well, the only thing that I intend to do is pay attention to chat and hang out with the community. One day I am honestly thinking of opening it up to something more. I think I am wanting to make a bigger thing of Community Day, which means it might shift schedules and the format of it might shift, but it will essentially be an online meetup full of streamers, developer streamers that want to opt into it, along with the community joining through various methods. Discord, Zoom, I don't know yet. We'll find out. We'll make plans. See if any of it actually happens. Okay, so I see the link and I will look at them, but first some styling. Ghetto styling. At that. Did I miss any other chat though? I'm good at lurking, not at chatting, so this is a great place. Absolutely, you are very, very welcome here as a lurker. You're very welcome here as a chatter. Absolutely. Okay, so here's my save as dialogue. All I did so far was copied over some of the styling from the actual component library to figure out why it's not taking all of the styles correctly. The structure, yeah. Settings, vertical. Arigato. That's not vertical, that's horizontal. Weird. Weird. I would have called this vertical because they're stacked on top of each other, but whatever. The structure of this is a dialog container, specifically the question dialog. Oh, that's why I didn't grab the question dialog styles. Anyway, dialog container. Dialog. So does that mean that I have a separate CSS file for question dialogues? I didn't think so. Root CSS. Yeah, I only have one dialog that has all of my dialog styles. Maybe it's an isolated CSS thing. Templated dialog with a card footer. Card styles is what I need. Okay. Do I have card styles? I don't have card styles. What? Nani? I don't even have isolated CSS for my card styles. Interesting. So I have a dialog container, which is display flex. And that's essentially this whole page background semi-transparent, mostly opaque, or mostly transparent, semi-opaque. I don't know. Whichever one it is, background. And then on top, in the middle of that, I have the dialog itself. Hello, Napalm. I have the dialog itself. And the dialog is also display flex. Okay, sure, why not? So dialog is also display flex direction column, which is weird because I only have one thing in it. So what I really should do is make this display grid and then place items center, but I didn't know about it at the time that I was creating the component library, but that's fine. Point is that we've applied those and now I'm lost. What else? Inside of that, we have our card, which is display grid, where we have a grid template rows of auto, 1 FR, take up the remaining space, auto. The thing that I don't get is why my card footer styles are not being applied with the buttons, why my button styles aren't getting applied. All right. Yeah, I need a little bit more than just padding, Stony Eagle. But thank you. Okay, that means that I should be able to just get rid of all this since it's already applied. The only thing that I didn't see was applied was this border radius. Right, okay, so the border radius wasn't applied and the overflow clip wasn't applied. Instead, I was using overflow hidden. Overflow clip is a better technique for when you are placing items inside of a parent container and you're not wanting the stuff to overflow outside of it. Yeah, I started using a CSS framework, but I mean, Bootstrap is what shipped with the original .NET framework MVC applications that I worked in with glyph icons, and then that glyph icons changed to Open Iconic, and then they no longer use any font library. But I still found it very hard to customize CSS because I didn't understand it at the time. I do understand it better now, but I didn't enjoy fighting with the framework. So I've been creating my own CSS since. Okay, so the things that I would like are dialog header, dialog body, and dialog, no, these are card header. Card header, which means that we need to be inside of card, inside of the dialog. Card header, card body, card footer. Okay. Padding. Maybe card body card text specifically. To have a padding of, let's just do 1M and see what that looks like. Okay, that's better-ish. For the card header, we want a border bottom of the primary modal header border. And these styles are coming from the data import library. So that's where that CSS custom property is coming from. But it's not going to be here because it doesn't exist here. It only exists inside of the isolated CSS. Dag nabbit. I really, really wish there was a way for me to access the SAS files when I reference this as a component library. So this is going to end up being a NuGet package. But like I want these button mix-ins, which means that I need the color variables, which means that I need, actually, there's also some animations that I'm using. Thank you for the info. Fighting against Bootstrap, I have never ever done that. Tailwind is much easier because you only have to add styles instead of having to remove styles from a card class. Yeah. Okay. So the thing that I like doing though, so I will do that on occasion. I'll come into DevTools and edit the CSS if it's not updating fast enough for me while using autosync, but I prefer using CSS autosync when it's connected and working the way that it's supposed to be. But it would be really, really nice to have my base button styles. It's just I don't know how I can import these without making a mess. The thing that I try to avoid doing in my component libraries, so again, this is a Razor class library, aka a Blazor component library, and it's specifically a Blazor component library because I'm not supporting views and pages. I am making a .razor with some isolated CSS, maybe on occasion .js files. But I don't want to force the use of adding in styles the way that I'm doing here with my other component library, force adding the CSS reference to your HTML or app.razor or _layout.cshtml or whatever file that happens to be based off of the version of .NET you were using at the time you created your Blazor project. Right now it's app.razor if you make your project in anything on or after .NET 7, .NET 8. I don't remember when Blazor Web App became a thing. And yes, hello to 8bits. Did I say hello to 8bits yet? Hello 8bits. If you don't know, 8bits per play is a Unity developer working on now currently learning more about 3D asset creation and just being an amazing developer. He was working on a 2D game, probably still does work on the 2D game on occasion, but yeah, just check him out for latest Unity technology stuff. That's what I found. Okay. So where are we? Trying to style this thing, trying to get button. So I want a global button style. And the way that I came up with doing that in the other component library, again, the one that I'm open sourcing and shipping as a NuGet package eventually, is I created a buttons mixin, and any component that has a button, I include that mixin. So one example of that is my file picker component. That's colors. One example of that is my field mapper editor. And in my field mapper editor, you can see that I am importing Sass button mixins and including button-based style for all my buttons. What I would like to do though, it's all of the above. Grunt is asking, is this server or client? And when I make component libraries, I write them in a way that it doesn't matter whether they're running on the client or the server. The thing that matters is if it's needing to do things like API calls or work with the database or get files from the server. All of that is done through a service that I would inject into the component. So here you can see I have an iLab data service, and that iLab data service will be injected as a client service if this happens to be running as a Blazor WebAssembly app, or the server-side service. Yeah, this one is definitely a component library. So again, if you are interested in seeing the core library for this, the data import utility, definitely feel free to check it out on my organization GitHub, this branch specifically, and you'll see that the component library itself is set up so that the component library doesn't have any of the logic on how to do the file reading, for example. Instead, it asks a service for well, I guess the component library implements it, but it asks a service, read this file for me when a file is specified. And then whatever service happens to be dependency injected, that's what it uses. So if you, the user of this library, wanted to create your own data reader service and not use the built-in data reader service, you could. And then same thing with the state. So my components need a way to talk with each other without necessarily being a parent-child relationship or having references to each other in some way. So I have a state class that I dependency inject. And again, this is based off of an interface so that you, the developer using the library, oh, it's way over here, can implement your own data field mapper state. You can maintain it outside. You can use my data file, I said data field mapper, data file mapper state, but instantiate your own and pass it down as a cascading parameter or inject it as a dependency injection from your app. I tried to make it have a lot of options, and I am going to document all of these. We've only done 2 days on porting it from the way that I'm using it now to the open source version, but I'll be working on it on Fridays during Community Day, and I will make sure to document how to use the different options you have and try to make it easy to pick an option and see all of the information for that option. Oh, hiccups. I use .NET for API and React for front end. So it's interesting to see how Blazor does UI components. Yeah, I absolutely love it. I'm not keen on using JavaScript for very much at all, because even though I used jQuery back in the before times, there is no before, and regular vanilla JavaScript, after I was like, okay, jQuery is too heavy. I want to just use vanilla JavaScript for everything. So I did get used to them, but I hadn't been using it for doing a lot of UI work. I'd only been using it for things like interactivity on a client-side page. But now having Blazor where I can do everything in C# and HTML just makes a lot more sense to me, and it's easier for me to work with. 8-Bit says, I first started web dev with Angular and .NET. Fun times back then. Yeah, I started web dev with HTML, with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in the same folder. Oh gosh. What's an easy way? I don't know. But yeah, web dev was web forms, regular old web forms. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I guess since I am taking a break, let's take a look at Stony Eagle's UI. I didn't get very far, did I? And so here is the UI that was designed by AOA. Very nice, very nice. Very clean, lots of white space, easy to see. Maybe a little bit busy when the image has a lot of brightness to it. And a lot of the movie thumbnails have a similar color scheme that they just kind of blend in, I guess. That'd be my only note on that. I like this better, where this looks like when you're viewing images, it completely blurs the background. So maybe on top of having a, what are these called? An overlay? A slightly opaque overlay. Also have a little bit of a blur filter. And then of course, when you have something like this, that obviously the show page or a collection page. But yes, very, very awesome design. I would definitely trust them to design something for me. It is much, much better than mine. Here's my latest design stuff. Figma. What even does Figma look like? That's Copilot. That's not good. Once you open Copilot, you can never close it. I mean, Windows Copilot. This was the last design that I did. And I really, really, really wanted it to be a professional-ish looking design. And it was the remake of our financial management tracker app that we've made in previous streams. It still could use a lot of work, but the concept is there. The layout, you can tell it's still made by someone who's not good at UI design. All right. What did I miss? Lightbox, question mark. According to Stony Eagle, it was Lightbox is the name of the effect. Okay, I'll take it. Lightbox is the name of the effect. I thought you were telling me a product of some sort. Like they used Lightbox to design this, but no, AAOA is the one that designed it. But I think I see what you mean. Then Stony Eagle said, oh, wait. I missed a chat from Grunt Whitney. I'm a couple of years in the industry out of college, so haven't had to use much jQuery. Anytime I have to work on older projects at work that don't use TypeScript is a pain. Yeah, I've only recently started, and again, recently being in the past couple of years, recently started using TypeScript. Like I knew how to use TypeScript, I knew how to compile TypeScript and everything, but I hadn't actually used it until recently. Okay, let's see if I can get something done. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where to apply the button styles without needing to rewrite the same CSS everywhere. And it's almost like I want to take all of these mix-ins that I put inside of my core library and copy them over. Like right now, it would be the easiest solution. Then anytime that I want my button mix-ins for buttons in general, like for example, actually, well, no, I still want it as part of this library because if I don't use it in this specific application, let me explain this part real quick. I made the core component library with the intent of open sourcing it without any information that is specific to the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, the job that I'm doing. So this can be a standalone project where you're using only the library, or you're using the components with the library. On top of that, I'm creating this lab data import service, which is an implementation that we need because we receive files from various labs that do testing on ground and water samples that we send to them. And they're sending us data back in ways that we might not necessarily have control over. And so as part of that, this specific UI needs to be able to put in any one of our applications. It could be put in our track, but right now our track, this beautiful UI right here, is .NET Framework MVC. No, wait. So anyway, it could go in here. It could be a separate import data box here, or it could be part of this load data UI. Point is that it could be in there. It could be in this application here, the one that we use to send the samples to the lab and then get the results back. So we could put it in here. It could be put in here, who would be the bulk of our users. It could be in this app, which is the app that the core users, or the majority of our users, use. But that's why I'm making it as a separate component library with its own set of styles that can take all of the styles that I already have in my existing application. But that means that it can also be a standalone application, which I wanted to have its own styles there too. Right now, I did make it its own standalone application in test only. What is this called? Lab data upload. So it's already deployed to our test server. Our users can use it to test it out, make sure that it imports the data correctly based off of their configurations. So yeah. Where was I going with that? Something about putting the SAS files in my sample app would have made sense if it was going to be inheriting the styles from the application that it belongs to, but I still would rather ship it with these base styles. Yeah, okay. So, the thing that I want to do then is in my data import page, which is the thing that might not necessarily contain all of these components. I would want, oh, you belong down here. You belong to the night. Dukesoft. I don't even have time to read the original message. Wait. That was a bit gamey slash me. I was like, what? Yuka is nice. Ha! I read it out loud. Message deleted by Big Gaming. Deleted messages are persisted in my chat, so I can still see. Mine too. Mine too. At least one of my chats. What does... Yeah, and then RestreamBot, when it posted to YouTube, yeah, it doesn't delete the original message when they're deleted here. So that's potentially not good. That means I would have to make sure that if there is a real deleted message that should be deleted, that I go into YouTube and moderate that message to there also, as well as. So I am also streaming on YouTube for anyone who is more, who prefers to watch on YouTube's. But this is also, it makes it easier for me to post my VODs to YouTube. YouTube. All right. We're gonna go with button and button, colon deep button. That way all buttons in this component, which there are only buttons that are in the child components. So I don't need regular buttons. Right? Right? Am I right? Save as. Excuse me. I don't know. I don't know if child content counts. I guess we're going to find out. But we're going to include button base style from import sass button mixins. Include button base style. And that, if it worked, and it did. Perfect. Okay, so we got our button base styles. Then our card, which means that we now have, no we don't. Our dialog is going to get our imported dialog styles. Dang it, and there is my consistency going out the window. The experience on YouTube Live is very boring to me. No custom emotes, it's hard to tag people or reply. Yeah, I used to watch developer streams on YouTube's back in 2014 and 15, which is one of the things that encouraged me to eventually start streaming. I saw this particular person's community was amazing. His name is Jesse Weigel. I think he stopped streaming. He was going through quite the rough patch, but he had great streams. He's a React developer. Jesse Weigel, are you still streaming? When was your last stream? 1 year ago. So that's still more recent than I thought. I hope he didn't sell out. What is up with these glasses? But yeah, so I loved his streams. I loved his energy. Not many people would like his energy. It's pretty low. It's pretty depressed almost. Yes, the Thindle community is awesome. You're right, Tyndall. Okay, I need my dialogue. So my modal defaults then. This is actually the modal from that library specifically, not the, yeah, so these aren't gonna work. I should just completely get rid of this actually. Okay, if we end up having some dialogue overrides that we're going to use in multiple places, then I will move this into a mixin. Otherwise, we're just going to leave it out. President Not Sure says, I am also a low energy streamer, so much that I don't actually stream. Stony says, I came back to Twitch a little over 3 years ago because of a VOD from Coding Garden, because the live stream looked entertaining. Yeah, Coding Garden also lives in Colorado. Craziness. It's a small world. I'm glad I got back. I have a nice app in return for it. Awesome. So good to hear. Okay. Dialog container. The thing that I need back are my border styles. So where are you getting your border styles from? Buttons? You're doing it in the actual mixin. Do I have anything that is general styles for me to get a mixin for? Yeah, like what I would want are custom CSS properties. I guess I should have kept that modal mix in until I was done. Do you have any borders? You do have a border. Okay, let's try this for my border, which means that we're going to need import our sass color variables. And we will include, no, not include, we will define our, dang it, we will define our custom CSS property for use modal border. And so modal border is going to come from a defined custom CSS property from the application called O&L primary modal border. So this is how I'm making my library a little easier to add your own theming to. As long, like, you can do targeting, you can override the CSS by doing the specificity targeting, or you can declare these custom CSS properties at a higher level, because if they are defined, it'll use that custom CSS properties value. If not, it'll default to whatever I have in here. So this is now going to be defaulted to this. And I'm using this O1L. It means 1 lion. Kind of looks like oil, but I really do mean 1 lion. And so that should have taken effect. Where is my card header border bottom? How is it not defined? Maybe if I define it here. No, still not defined. Sometimes CSS does not take. Oh, wait. That didn't update. This is O&L use primary modal border, modal header border. That just means that the CSS is not actually updating. Let me make sure it is. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. Somebody help me pay attention, because I see the border on the dialog now. I put the border here, which worked. And now we need the border for the card header, which works, and card footer. Card footer header's pretty big. Just like that. Okay. The other thing that we want in our card footer, it should already be display flex, but I want the buttons to be flex end. Are you already display flex? You are not display flex. Interesting. How do you have a nice gap and stuff? That is pretty odd. Okay. Card footer is display flex, flex direction, flex, not flex direction, justify content, flex end, goes all the way over here, which I can't see anymore. Dang. Okay, and now it needs a gap. Again, I really don't know how it had a gap before. Gap 1 font size. The game says to Stony Eagle's comment about coming back to Twitch, I love when streamers are motivated to return. I think Stony Eagle meant came back to Twitch to watch as a viewer. Maybe? Checks if Stony Eagle streams. Stony Eagle does stream. Last streamed 3 years ago. Okay, good. I am crazy. Yes. Okay, the fun part. Coming up with some good looking UI for the main content. Actually, I still do want to make this header look a little bit better. I don't know why I needed to get out the element picker. What is causing your... Oh, right, the H3. I'm gonna get rid of the margin on H3. And I think that'll give me the right size that I want vertically. So let's do that. So card header, H3, margin 0. Squish. Squish.
Squish, he says.
Yeah, I like that better. I didn't hear it. I don't know if you saw me flinch, but I looked over at the chat and I saw sound alerts was gonna play yeah, and I flinched. I flinched hard. I didn't hear it though, so because of that, I will play it again, but only for myself. My heart is beating like I actually heard it though. Man. Play it again, Sam. Sound alerts. Sound alerts. Log in. Dashboard, I'm already logged in. No, I'm not. Log in with Twitch. Are you gonna actually do it? It'd be cool if you did it. No, I don't want junk mail. Thanks for asking. My alerts or bits. This one. Preview. That's even louder than I was expecting it to be because it played from my browser, which is the same volume as the rest of my computer, and in OBS I lower the volume of my sound alerts. But I did hear the Final Fantasy VII fanfare. Holy crap. That was really loud. Jimmy. Yes, I can hear sound alerts again. Actually, I can't really hear much, but I hear sound alerts again. Holy cow. Okay. What else do I want? I want the actual dialogue itself to be a... do you have a width set? Is there a reason that you're taking up that much width? Is it the card? No width on card. Is it the dialogue itself? Yeah, I'm assuming it is the flex on card. No, here. Width 700. Okay, we're going to get rid of width on dialogue, which I like to do here. Unset. That way it takes the default setting. We will have a min width of, let's do 60 characters. What do you look like? A little too much. Let's do 55. 55. Okay, that way our content, which I'm trying to look for the HTML structure, and I'm looking over here because I'm used to having like my HTML structure and CSS code on this screen over here, and then the actual page itself over here. But we're doing it all on one screen. We can do this. We got this. All right, so we are unsetting the width, giving it a min width of 55, and the structure inside of card body card text. So card body card text. So this is what I mean by specificity, by the way. The way that I target CSS elements is by the HTML structure, regardless of if I'm only trying to target the card, this one card text that appears in here, but I'm not putting any styles on card body. It would make sense for me to do card text if I wanted every card text everywhere. But since I know that this component only has one card text, I am going to just target it based on dialog container, dialog card, card body, card text. Okay, so this is set up in a way where I have 3 elements that are divs. So every single one of my divs inside of card text is going to be display grid. And there are a couple of ways that we can approach this. We can set a specific size for one column and then have the other column take up the remaining space. And that way it will appear as if it's in a table or in one grid in one div. And that would look like 30. Like this. And then of course I would move it until it looked nice to me. Whoa, too fast, too fast. Didn't give it enough time to update. Okay, so let's do 25 characters. And I use characters because, I mean, the thing that's going to be on the left is text. So why not make it the same amount of characters? Let's give it a grid row gap. And a shout out for Bardaki. I say Bardaki, who is a fun, entertaining streamer. Oh, we can't do grid row gap. We can do it here though. This is going to be display flex direction. And the reason that I'm using flex here and not grid is because we're going in one direction only. I'm not columns and rows. I'm only doing columns. And then we can have a gap here. 1M might be a bit too much. Yeah, it is. Let's do half. Yes, one direction. It's what I said, and I stand by it. We're going to, interesting, it did align items flex start by default. So I don't think I like it this way. My next alternative, now that I'm looking at it, I just don't like it. My next alternative is make the divs also display flex direction column, going one direction again. There was some song that I loved karaokeing from them. And I'm like, did I become a One Direction fan? It's kind of hard for me to remember which song because I also like to karaoke Five Sauce and Jonas Brothers. They have a couple songs that are really, really fun to sing. But yes, you get to hear all of my shameful closet truths. All right, so I like this better. Yeah, I like this much better. I like this much better. We're just going with this. Leaving it. It would be nice to have the controls styled a little bit better, but I will do that in the component itself, in the sample library. Okay, so that's done. We're done styling the save template as Winder. There are some bugs to fix now with it. The first one that we're going to fix is why is cancel not re-enabling my dockable toolbar. Styled save as template. So what I mean is I pushed cancel, my dockable toolbar buttons are still disabled. They should update based off of is show save as dialog, or is save as dialog visible true. We will double check that. That will be in iLab data state. Well, sorry, my implementation of lab data state. Save as dialog visible, and then there is a disable toolbar buttons, which is data file is null, active data table is null, disable save as template form controls is true, or save as template dialog is visible, or field mapper state is not hide. So let's take a look at what each of these are in turn. And we're just going to do it here on this page, which is what page? data page, data page. I'm going to make a quick debug section, which is probably going to have me completely restart. Let's just put it directly on the page then. Style. We're going to have a debug, just debug. And it's going to be position fixed, top. We'll do position absolute. That way it stays inside of this page. Position absolute, top 1M, right M. And now I need to remember to do regular CSS. You're going to have a width of, let's do 40 characters. Oops. You still belong in here. Width of 40 characters, height is going to be auto. A background of RGBA. Let's just do black background with a mostly, actually, I do it like this. My bad. 000, color, white, order, white, opacity 1, then debug, not, hover, opacity 0. 0.01. That way we get a hint that it's there, but it's not until we hover over it. That way we can see everything else still. It's still going to end up getting in the way, which is why I don't always use this. But div id debug. And in this debug, we will have a div label, whatever those ones are that we're keeping track of. So we got all of these. I guess I don't need to comment anything out. Okay, for those of you following at home, all I'm doing is printing out some values, some key value pairs. Obviously, that's all I'm doing. labor span. Oh, dang it. How am I going to do this easily? Let me get rid of this. Then select all of you. Then duplicate, label, span at lab data state. What's the name of your object, friendo of Mino? Data import page. Lab data import state. I was close. Import state dot. And then those will all be good there. Span. Div. Okay. So this should put all of these on one row. It's possible lab data import state is null by the time we get here. So if lab data import state is, oh, it's because it's mapper state. My bad. Mapper state will never be null. Lab data import state is going to be if you, the developer that's using this library, or I guess me, the developer, because this is specifically for the lab data import tool. If me, the developer using this library in a specific application, do not dependency inject the state, instead I pass it down as a cascading parameter, or I pass it down, or I tell this thing to keep its own internal state. Actually, no, this is the other way. The preferred way is to use it as a cascading parameter that gets passed down. If it isn't specified as a cascading parameter, then it checks for a dependency injected service. And if that doesn't exist, then it keeps its own internal state. Okay, so yay, it's there. 0 might not be a good place for you. Let's put you at 3.3 ems, which should be top bar height. Yeah, 3.3 ems. And I may as well just pin you to the right as well. Oh, geez. Let's just use 0, 0. Apparently. No, it did need to be 3.3. Why did it actually put it in the right place when I did 3.3 by itself with no units? That was weird. Okay, so we get some values. I guess with that, we also don't need a specific width. We'll just let it be width auto. Oh, geez. That doesn't do what I want it to do. Let's just keep the width on there. Divs, am I right? Okay, so we're going to keep track of what happens to my variables or my dialog. This thingy here is going to be the most important one. If it evaluates to false, then one of these, oh, dang it, then one of these is not written correctly. Knew there was going to be a thing that I forgot. And because I knew there was going to be a forgotten thing, I forgot a thing. If I had confidence that I would not forget a thing ever, it would have been fine. And I want to see what the actual display mode is. Oh, wait. No. You're an Inu. Okay. Better. All right, so the buttons are not disabled because all of these are evaluating to false. None of them are evaluating to true. Why is this one being... Oh, because it's wrapping. I see. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's just a debug window. So if I hit save, then it's not going to be on top of the save. Because it's inside of app. An app will never be on top of save, so I won't be able to see it. Just get rid of the opacity. Let's just get rid of the opacity. Shout out to Irish John Games, who is another fantastic game developer working in Unity, and he is working on a game called Rise of Piracy. You can definitely check it out there on Steam and or Microprose. His publisher is Microprose, which is awesome that he got a publisher. And it's awesome that it's Microprose specifically. This is their wheelhouse. This is the type of games that they are known for. RTS, fun, enjoyable. Okay, so save as template dialog is visible, ergo disable toolbar buttons is true. Now when I hit cancel, save as template dialog visible should become false and nothing else should be true. So our button dialog or our toolbar buttons should be enabled, which is disable toolbar buttons is false. What do you say? Not true. Okay, so something is happening with the cancel buttons callback that is not properly setting that variable to farce. Farsely. You there. What happens when we click cancel? On handle cancel clicked. We return completed task. And we set mapper state template visible dialog to false. Interesting. Thank you so much for the follow. I do not have names turned on for new followers in case you just wanted to follow and lurk and not get called out. I do appreciate you. And if you do feel like chatting, then feel free. You're very welcome to. I got that from BitGamey, by the way. BitGamey is just an amazing human. Amazing person. Very worth emulating. What does confirm do? Here it is. Confirm. Invoke async. Mapper state. You got anonymous follows from me, question man. Yes, I did. As soon as you started, saying that you don't have names showing, and I'm like, that's really smart. What if people just want to follow because they want to know when you go live, but they don't want to be called out and they don't want attention drawn to themselves? What if they just want to be there and chill? I also want to give them the opportunity to do so. Okay, so let's see if that fixed it. We've disabled. I hit cancel. That enables most of them. Why didn't it enable all of them? Huh? Wait, task, delay. I'm just going to put an artificial delay here to see if there was a lag from setting this value to having the buttons read this value. So 20 milliseconds should be more than enough time for this value to get set to true or to false. do all of its event callback stuff, and then do the refresh. Napalm said 387 Quizlet flashcards for AWS SAA. I swear this exam is getting bigger every version. It is. It is. You are not just imagining things. DVD's like, sounds fun. You have an interesting definition of fun. That does not sound fun to me. I know you're can I call it sardonic? You're being sardonic. I don't even know what the word means. Fine, sardonic. Grimly mocking or cynical. Yes, you're being sardonic. I have reviewed it twice. This is my third. Sounds fun. Irony is, I do Azure these days. So you're in Azure all the time. It's your job, and you're still probably struggling with the quiz questions because they ask questions in a way that they like. Test makers say we aren't purposefully trying to trip you up. We're trying to make you think about the situation and answer accordingly. But you're going to ask the questions in some triple negative, bass-ackwards kind of way, where your true hidden question is something just left field. Anyway, BitGamey said, "You lie," to Automated Realms. Each arrow was almost hitting the bullseye. Have you ever considered getting an eye exam? BitGamey, says Automated Realms. It seems like you're being a bit defensive. I apologize for any offense. Any offense. See, this is me adding words. My previous response may have caused. One of my favorite things is there's this guy that I watch a lot of his videos of. His name is Greg Braden. He says, I'm going to quote this thing directly from the source material. And then he'll start reading the thing and inject words. And he's like, verbatim. So you can accurately hear the original author's intent. But then he'll just add words. Anyway, I was simply just trying to see, like me adding the word just, trying to encourage you to keep working on your aim. It's important to remember that improvement comes from practice and perseverance. Anyway, they are purposefully tricky. That's a bold-faced lie denying it. Yeah. Like, if you ever do any Professor Messer study hall question or study group questions or sessions, live streams and stuff, he will go on to be like, CompTIA exams are intended to get you thinking about stuff and reading the question, not just skimming through it and assuming you know the answer. So they aren't intended to be tricky, but then you're like, but they are. but they are. Anyway, why get AWS certificates if you don't use it? Says President Not Sure. So that you can have it in your resume, obviously. In your Chevy. TBD says, I should probably pick up some cloud certs. So many senior principal roles expect some sort of cloud experience. Yeah, so it's proof that you have the knowledge and potentially experience of whatever technology you're getting certified in. Now, the thing that I don't understand is why our system is broken for how to do that. How to fix, I would need to think more in depth about it. I would be able to come up with some solutions on how to make it a better system. But at the moment, I can't think of anything good. Thindle says, or, and hear me out, or you cannot know anything and then somehow still make people think you know something. I mean, you will not get merit points for that. If you couldn't tell, I just recently watched episode 3 of Tomorrow and I. Hello, Imsky. Did I write it down? I need to add this to my bot. I have like very, very shallow notes on anyone that I ask a question to that I've had to ask multiple times. So for example, M-Sky. Is your name pronounced M-Sky? Is it just Sky? And I will write whatever your response to that is in my notes so that I can remember. But what I want to be able to do is click your name in my chat log, this thingy here, and then be able to see, okay, this is how I pronounce your name. And no, the chat log doesn't get saved anywhere. There is no GDRP. There is no saving of your information anywhere. Nothing like that. GDPR. Thank you. Yes, Sky. And forms of it was taken, so Sky. So I'm Sky. Okay. So I'm Sky. With 2 eyes, since other forms were taken. Okay, so that's a bit of the last of it. The only time that chat messages get saved to memory is for Automated Realms' context window. But once I stop the bot, the context disappears. It's only ever held in memory. And it's a local LLM, so it doesn't go anywhere beyond this house, to my knowledge. Who knows what agencies are listening and taking information from my system? I cannot fully guarantee it. I save all the information you never know when you'll need it. Oh, you'll never know when you need information. Best to hoard things. I mean, I would do that, but there are some things that we shouldn't be saving without explicit opt-in permissions. Such as in, if you told me your birthday or how old you are, those are things that I would not want to write down and save. Or what's your favorite dessert? Anything particular about you like that, but like your username and how to pronounce it, that one I think is okay. The box is staying firmly unchecked. Oh, speaking of which, I just saw that YouTube now allows me to check a box to let, yeah. Okay, so this is actually a big thing that people should be aware of. TBD is saying, speaking of which, I just saw that YouTube now allows me to check a box to let AI train on my content. The box is staying firmly unchecked. True. Those of you who are content creators, not just music, not just writing, not just information, but just anything that is content, your delivery style. I'm assuming that AI training also includes video and mannerisms, so the way that you move. All of that, there is a check mark now in YouTube. Maybe I'm brave enough to go into my personal YouTube settings. So if you go in here, settings, oh man, you have to dig. YouTube Studio? YouTube Studio. It's the place that you go to settings for this. Oh, it was on the left side? Okay. I go back a screen, left side settings. Yeah, this one. If you go to channel, advanced settings, scroll all the way to the bottom, there is this thing that says third-party training. Allow third-party companies to train AI models using my channel content. There's a couple things. One, you don't really get compensated for it. There is some amount of things where they say you might get compensated for for things that get used that are yours and that you're allowing them to use. You need to read into that yourself. I'm not a legal advisor of any sort. There is someone that is a legal advisor who did a video on this. She's a music producer or a music attorney, and that's where I initially learned about this. But two, if someone else uses your information, uses your music, uses your whatever content you created that is potentially copyrightable, and you have not copywritten it yourself, they could copyright it and put it into the content ID management system, for example. Then you using it would be a violation of that copyright, even though it was your original work. And yes, all things are technically copywritten when you move it from idea onto paper or into some kind of physical medium, but proving that is kind of hard to do. So you would still have to go through a judicial process in order to prove this was your original content, which may end up costing you a lot more money, and the people that are doing this to you to have enough money in order to be able to do that in their own attorney stuff. So point is, be wary of that. The third thing that I would note on this is maybe, and hear me out, maybe you do want to be the type of streamer or video producer or content creator that wants to influence how AI generated content is presented. Maybe you are just tired of the same cookie cutter stuff and you want your style as part of it. Then do check the box. Then do opt into having third-party companies use your posted videos for AI training. I mean, AI training doesn't necessarily mean they are going to use your videos in order to generate new media, generate new content for the platform or anything. It could be that they're just using it to teach a robot how to be human, or to identify certain things in a video. Other things that AI can do that aren't necessarily taking over the lives of humans and taking the things that humans do. But yeah, anyway, that's just that. So thanks for bringing that up, TBD. Big Amy says, yeah, keep them in a notepad file that viewers can see. Doxing, I mean, transparency is always best. Yeah, I can't really show my notepad file. Because like this one, if it happens to be the one that's open and I'm streaming, then I put anything in here from the stream. And sometimes it's just copying and pasting all of chat, which I am looking through now and I'm about to delete. Look for the battery video for Poppy. Twitch Robling Dev. Clumper, his game. Stuff about Liquid Sky. Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna leave that over there. Okay, did we fix it? Can I drag and drop a file? No. Save as. What happened to my dockable toolbar styles now? Anyway, save as. Yeah, it lost all my styles. And then cancel, and we're good to go. Okay. Where did my styles go? That was... weird. Okay. Load you. Our styles are there. I hit cancel and our dockable toolbar is re-enabled. All right, so the next issue, I'm going to get rid of that debug section on this page here. Bye-bye. Okay, there was some other chat that happened while I was rambling. 8-Bit said, I noticed that checkmark a bit ago when uploading a VOD. Yeah, you should be careful about thinking that alone is enough to stop your videos from being used. Well, that is true. However, it would be, if it would be provable that your video was used for AI training and you have explicitly unchecked that box or left that box unchecked, then you could take legal action. Which is not to say it's not happening without you knowing, because how would you know? The one thing that I might believe it does, but I don't know this for sure either, is that Google would have some way of detecting your video being downloaded and keep track of who has downloaded the videos. But that's about it. OMG, they will be able to use my drone brain? Yes. Yes. Says Dukasoft. 8-Bit says there is a second checkmark box when you upload a video that needs to be unchecked. I don't know about that. It's gonna be hard to show on here. There is this. No. This. Do you have any altered content? Paid promotion checkbox. Allow embedding, comments on. Yeah, I don't remember seeing the checkbox in here. But I guess this isn't really uploading. This is taking a live video. But this is the same options that I get when I'm exporting from Twitch to YouTube. So maybe there's a different one when you're uploading a video directly. President Usher said to 8-Bits, I figured there's another way they turn things on by default. Yeah, so in my opinion, again, it's only an opinion, you could disagree with this, but anything to do with AI should be opt-in only. And that's how it should be going forward. There should be a law that starts as of a specific date that the law is passed, that anything to do with AI training on content is opt-in only from that date on and is enforceable by law. Which does nothing for all of the content that was already ripped and stripped from the internet from way before, from the before times, but yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to matter too much in the foreseeable future. All right. So I fixed that issue. Let's do a commit. Fix dockable toolbar enable state button enable state. All right, so the next issue that I was having is when I load a template, and let's say I make a change to that template. So for example, this template specifically has a matrix that is being pulled by substring 2, 0, 2. Let's say I change that to 1, and I close map fields. Then it works. If we see my preview, we can see that the matrix value is coming out as a single character. Here it is, this column here. And if I save this then and overwrite the existing template, then it does save. However, if I reload that template, and I take a look at the configuration again, we can see that it's still start value 0, max characters 2. If I do a refresh, I do a refresh. And load the template and take a look at it, then it did update, it did save. So I need to figure that out. Another thing is, let's say that I change the map type. And I put this in here and I'm like, whenever you see SO, map it to S. And that is another valid one that gives me valid values for that column. If I save that, again, to overwrite the existing rule, and we know that just reloading the template will revert it back to the most recent one, where it's a substring operation. But we saw that refreshing should get it to load the new template that I just overwrote it with. However, oops, but we see that it did. That wasn't happening before. Okay, so the only issue here is when we save the template and we try to reload it, the one that is sitting here in this loader is the cached one from the previous response, and we need to update that cache template when we do a save. Okay, so continuing to read the chat. I notice default option that he is showing is not always applied when uploading content, so heads up. President Not Sure said also not surprised about that. And then President Not Sure said there should be a lot of stuff covered in AI law. Will not happen in the foreseeable future, though, of course. Deflux, hi Deflux. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, I choose to elect one lion for president so we can enact this law. I would not be a good president. I am a better shadow worker. Let me be the motivating factors behind the president that gets stuff done. But I do not want to be the president. The rule of 1-1. Yes. Thank you, Dukasoft. Please refrain from discussing politics. So we need to, I guess, fully define what it means by discussing politics. Yeah, that's a hard one. President Not Sure said, even that wouldn't work. Need enough non-knuckleheads in Congress and the Supreme Court. True. Okay, so we need to figure out how to, not why, how to save our template, how to overwrite our local copy of the template when we do a save. So let's find out what this whole save process is. And again, that is in the save as template dialog. Handle confirm clicked. Handle confirm clicked does a we're in progress, so tell our toolbar to refresh, which makes the buttons go disabled. No template response. We do the upload request, the save template request here in the component, not in state, but we are updating the found template response. Which will never be null. And we're setting the return object to a new collection of user import template model. If it's saved successfully, no, what is this? If there was an existing template ID, yeah, if this is an existing template, or no, if this is a new template, is what I said, then we add, no, we don't even add it to the list of these. All right. Oh, Yeah, we do. We're concatenating it. Since it's an IEnumerable, we don't have the dot add. Right? Right? We don't? Yeah. Wait. Okay. Since it's an IEnumerable, we're doing a dot concat to append essentially the new object, the new template. After querying for it. Otherwise, we find the template in our list of existing templates and we update the field mappings. So why isn't it working? Question man. Tilt head. Maybe there's some kind of state has changed that's not happening. Some event that needs to happen. Okay, but we're gonna find out. So let's debug this. Let's step through it. Find out why our local copy of the template is not getting updated. It's pretty open in here. Just be mindful, obviously. Yes, yes, very much. He brought it up, otherwise I wouldn't have said anything. I just brought up, I mean, TBD brought up the check mark. I brought up the extra information about legality things, and then we got on the topic of AI. So it's kind of difficult because AI, the controversy surrounding AI is a topic that I do allow on our stream. I want you to have opinions. I want to hear your opinions about it. If it's helpful, if it's not done in a way that's just bashing on, being disrespectful. So I don't mean helpful. I just mean not disrespectful. Yeah, but it's just such a gray line. It's such a blurry line for. It's too easy to cross when you start talking politics, and it's like if we keep it on the topic of AI and not just world politics, I guess. I don't know. You know what I'm trying to get at. I'm gonna drop it. Moving on. I save all the information. That was way up there. I'm down here now. Okay, we're gonna try this thing out. We're going to upload our file. File gets read. Template gets applied. Apply this template. Make a change to the template. So instead of having our matrix come from map values, we're going to have it come from substring. And just to make sure that we can see the change, we're turning it into something that is invalid. I'm going to do that. So we should see this the next time we open the template once we get this fixed. I hit map fields. So now I am saving over the existing template. I'm going to make this bigger so that now we can see sharp. Our upload request ID is not null, and it is a valid GUID, and it's the GUID for the template that the UI knows about. And we are comparing our found template responses. So you are FF39A, found template, no, our return objects, and there are two. That should be the second one. FF39A, so it should find one. It does. We're updating the template name. Oh, this is what might matter. The field mappings, specifically the field mapping for meth matrix. That's method matrix. Should be a substring value transformation rule. So right now it's a copy rule. The copy rule should have one field transformation. And that should be a substring operation. Okay. Fine. Matrix, copy rule. Source field transformation. Value transformation. Substring. Not just substring. Whoops. I guess I should check that too. A substring operation with parameters 0 for max, or for starting index, 2 for max length. So yes, this is updating it for our found template in our found template response. Is this a read only by chance? Control F12. No, it is not. Okay, but what is also not happening is we aren't raising any kind of event that we are updating the found template response. Okay, so maybe that needs to happen as well. So mapper state dot notify. Oh man, I can't do it from outside of the mapper state. I was looking for my notify state property changed. What can we do? So all of these are events that we can subscribe to, but there are no methods to raise the event that a state property has changed from outside. And so what's actually happening is the property itself is not changing, but a child property of that property is changing. Do you plan to swap out the implementation in the RMA with your OSS? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So the data import library, once we are done open sourcing it, I will use that in here. The reason that I'm okay with using that in here is because I'm making that library open source with an MIT license, which means that it will be able to be used in this type of project. And if a future developer sees that, they would be able to go into my GitHub project and copy all of the code and host it themselves if they wanted to. And because it's going to be a versioned NuGet package, they can continue using whatever version is originally used with here as we continue making updates and stuff. So yes, good question. Okay, so we are updating the field mappings of this object. So I need a way for mapper state to tell anyone that's listening, specifically the data import toolbar, ooh, I have an idea. What we can listen for in the data import toolbar, which I think we already are, is onState property changed, and this will be either found template response or the save as template dialog visible. Okay, so we've already done the save, which means that we're going to change it from the erroneous one to the substring with max length 1, which is the not erroneous one, and we're going to see if the template immediately gets updated that we've cached in memory. Remember me. Dagnabbit. Get me logged in my debug. I'm not debugging the login process. Ever. You can't make me. Apply this. Change this to 1. That is kind of a not good place for that. Map. Just take a look at the data. Make sure it is outputting the single character matrix. Save over the same file. I'm just going to let it run through that because we did make sure that it was getting the updated file, which means that we are still correct. We still have a substring 1. And now, when I apply the template, dang it, and it's still a substring 2. Okay, so probably need to debug the load template, which is going to be in our data import toolbar. Tool popover button. When we click on one of the options, what do? Handle template selected. Is it possible? Wait, this is from mapper state. Yeah. And this is looping through all of the templates in the found template response return object. Which again, found template response is not nullable. So that is wrong, but the return object is nullable. Here's where we are setting the menu items to a copy of the template responses. So we're materializing the list of template responses because this thing is a list, right? I didn't make it an IEnumerable. This library here is one that I created 3 years ago. So there's a lot of stuff that I did differently than I would do now. But yes, this is a list, and that's why we can't provide an IEnumerable of menu items to that component. That would be a lot easier though, because this will requery every single time. So what I'm thinking is happening is that the first time on load, when we get a return object, this is populated with our existing list of field mappings. And when we click on one of those items, it is that specific cached in memory field mapping that we're sending back. So I'm still not updating this component. What if this is the same situation that just happened with the disabled buttons? So on save, there has to be one. Yeah, we are doing it. I was going to say on save, we need to do a refresh dockable toolbar, which calls children invoke async state has changed. Yeah, so then for each child element, it does its own notify state is changed, and those children will all then do a invoke async state is changed. Gosh, or just regular state is changed at this point in time. We did need a 20 millisecond delay, but we shouldn't by this point because the found template response child object is getting set up here. And then this is getting set. The events are being fired and handled. And then this is getting set, called. Welcome back, Draw Curiosity. Hope you had a fantastic time away. I'm still going, strong as ever. I am trying to figure out why I still have a cached copy. So I need a breakpoint on load template still. I don't know why I didn't actually put a breakpoint there, because we do need to figure out which template is being fed to it to find out if my theory is correct. I like saying correct. I don't remember what it was called, man. Where's the button? Why are you up here? You go down here. Things need to be organized. Dagnabbit. This thingy here. When we select, we do handle template selected, but I want the implementation version. How did I close it? When did I close it? I saw myself close it. Okay, and then we breakpoint there. I was going to say pause. We pause. What are we working on? So this is the data import utility, specifically the implementation for importing data returned to us from labs that do test analyses on soil and water samples that we send to them. And they send us back a file that's not necessarily in the same column order or even have the same columns that we are expecting. Okay, let's refresh so that we can start from scratch. So here's the process. We have received a file from the lab, and we want it to look like the type of file we want to upload into our database. And so that file might start off looking like this, which is kind of close, but there are some fields, for example, the method matrix, where the value they gave us is a 2-character value and we're expecting 1 character. So we need to transform the values as we are dumping it to our database object. And so that is what this window is for. And so I didn't load anything yet. I've already filled out that mapping, so I am trying to load it now, but I have a breakpoint set. So it's loaded. And if we go back into the mapper, we can see that the matrix, our matrix field that we are expecting is coming from this imported column meth_matrix. And the way that we're transforming the value is we're taking a substring of the value that starts at the 0th index and takes up to 1 characters. Yes, I said it that way on purpose. I'm going to change it to be incorrect and take 2 characters because what we're testing is what we're trying to figure out is a bug where after I have updated the mapping rule and I can see that it has applied. So if I preview the output that we're going to try to dump to our database, I'm going to see that there is a 2-character meth matrix. And I save that template over the existing template. I know that it saves to the database because when I refresh and reapply the template, I get the same thing back. But when I apply the template now, this is what we're going to debug right now and find out why not. It was reloading the previous version of the template, the one that had the correct substring 01. But right now, we're hoping that the template that we got sent back is the one where our 9th field mapping for matrix has a mapping rule that has a source field transformation that has a value transformation of substring 02, but it doesn't. It's still the substring 01, which means we did not replace the one in memory. If I look explicitly, I have an idea. Template load user template. This is an extension. Okay, what I'm actually going to do is find the template in our existing response, and that will be found template response dot return object dot first or default, where the ID is equal to this template's ID. If that found template, if we found a template using that criteria, then we'll load that template instead from our cached templates. This is kind of a hack, man. It's kind of a hack. What I would really like to do is to make sure that the list of templates here gets updated. I mean, this is gonna work. Let's just give it a run. So we're saving whether that side flyout was open or not. I'm pushing F8 like this is a VBA window. Oh, this is acting like it didn't hot reload. Oh, it did. It did hot reload. But I'm not going to be able to inspect the... Oh, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. Yeah, okay. I am going to stop and restart. We're going to try this out. So the point is, look in the actual cached templates for a template with the ID of the one that's being passed in, because we will always have an ID if we're picking it from this list. But then we need to find out what happens when we create a new template. Is that actually going to get added to the list correctly and displayed? Inquiring minds want to know. I'm coughing my brains out, says Tyndall. And TBD says, so that's a no to a stream? Tyndall says, yep, right so. I'd love to, but I can't. That's how they say it in California, or so I'm told. TBD said, hope you feel better soon. Me too. Me too. All the love, all the healing, all of the things that just serve you better than feeling sick and coughing your brains out. Okay, so that was the first load. Here's us modifying the template. So, like I said, the database does save our change. So we did change it to 2 last time, and now we're changing it back to 1. And so now hopefully this time when we save over, and we try to load, that the template we end up using. So right now this template still has a field mapping number 9, which is our matrix, with a mapping rule, with a source field transformation, with the value transformation of substring operation 02. Yeah, okay, so it does still show the old value, but this time we're going to look in our found template response cache, and the found template, which we did find one, is going to have a field mapping number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9, with a mapping rule and a source field transformation and a value transformation. 0, 2. So it is our cached found template response. Summon a biscuit. IT seems like everyone is sick these days, says Draw Curiosity. I know you meant it. But yes, I agree. Jamie says, did you stream last Friday or am I tripping? Also, welcome back. I did stream on Friday and I did both a community day and a regular workday stream. They're both on the YouTubes if you are interested in seeing either of them. The community day stream, I was working on the open source version of this library, which you can see here. Which you can see here in this branch. I don't rely on Twitch notifications anymore. They have disappointed me one too many times. Are we still at a breakpoint? Is that what's going on? Yeah, so our found template response did not have the updated rule. So we're back to the save process. Continue. Awesome. Oh. And the way that I find out who's live is I have Twitch open. I'll see if I can replicate the way that I have these screens open. I have a slightly bigger monitor over there. So I have multi-stream up like this. And then I have Twitch open like this. And then I can see the live people here. That. And then I go like this. And most of the time it's like when I come back from my 1 hour break at 7:30 my time, I check Twitch immediately because most of the time BitGamey has started his stream while I am away, because he starts it like right at the time I get back to my desk. I'm not blaming you, no. I'm saying this is just how I operate. I know to look out for these things. My favorite streamers. The automated notifications are a bit flaky. I normally get told when Thindle has ended the stream. That could be because Discord is terrible though. That is a known yeah, that is a known bug with the Discord bot. A million billion years ago, Broken Sword was kind enough to code the bot for us, and it's running in Azure. And it ran into this thing where it was duplicating the go live notifications, and he was debugging it. And then when he stopped working on it, it started doing this thing where it only notifies us when people end their streams. Mine, you see the go live and the end stream notifications consistently. Sometimes a duplicate end stream, but consistently because I'm using Carlbot to do all of my go live notifications. I try to spam the Discord, then I will kick you out of the Discord. You know me. No purposeful malicious acts. It's Oik! Oh my gosh, I was just showing you on my stream. Hello, it's Oik. How are you doing on this fantastic Monday day? I don't know if you guys are getting ads, so I should probably wait. before I fully greet you. Bardaki. I need to start looking on Bardaki. Bardaki. There we go. Spam is spam. But yes, welcome in. I don't know if you've ever rated us, It's Like, but I'm definitely constantly watching your stream whenever you're live. I love supporting you. Not always paying attention, but you are definitely welcome to share what you are doing on your stream if you have any actual shareables. Yeah, we were talking about spam on TBD's stream, Irish John's stream, somebody's stream. I love spam. Spam is tasty. But yeah, and also no need to stick around if you are ready to raid and run, if you're tired, if you're hungry, if you just don't feel like sticking around. Thank you so very much for the raid. You're super kind, super thoughtful. Really appreciate you. Got a shout out for you already because Dukasoft is the best non-bot bot ever. Not sure either. Glad I had the opportunity now. Well, I greatly appreciate it. For those of you coming in with It's Oik and you don't know me, I am a .NET developer showing a bit of my day job. I am on the clock at work, and we are working through a data import utility right now that is intended to be able to take data that we get back from a lab, put it into a database for us so that we can run record checks on it. That's the easiest way I can put it. It is Blazor. I'm currently using .NET 8 for this project. I'm open sourcing the core library portion of the data import utility. That should be universal, should be pretty global. A lot of people need tools that you put in a spreadsheet and you output a C# object. And you need a way to transform the data from whatever the spreadsheet gives you to your C# object. But yeah, this portion of it that I am streaming here is the portion that is specific to the data that we're requiring for work. The open source library is MIT license, which I think is the least restrictive, the one that lets you use it in whatever projects, modify it, make it your own kind of thing. Right now, we're still creating the core project. There's still some work to be done, but it should be for the most part done on Friday, depending on how much I'm able to work on it. Do whatever, don't sue me. But yeah, It's Oik says, oh, nice. But that's it. Definitely interested in what you were working on, Oik. I saw you won the squirrel. I really haven't been able to listen in on your streams, but I see this squirrel that is running along logs. I saw a blue orb thingy that was platform jumping and wall climbing and doing a whole bunch of really crazy stuff. So yeah. 8-Bit says, gotta head out for a bit, need to record some tutorial stuff. Finally sharing some tutorials for stuff. Awesome. Make sure you give us some links when you get it. Feel free to post it in our Discord, on the resources channel, Big Gamey's channel, Big Gamey's server, TBD server. Post it everywhere. We all want to know. All right, so for whatever reason, even though in our save process, we are not actually updating the return object. So It's Like says, I'm making a little game. The squirrel is a gamification of my ADHD designed to distract the player and knock them out of flow. And staying in flow state is the main objective of the game. Awesome. Love it. Is it okay if I use this as a blurb for what you are doing on your streams lately? When I do shoutouts on my channel, on TBD's channel, I like to have a little blurb that I keep so that when I do the shoutout, we can associate it with the content that you're streaming. And potentially in the future, we will have a tool as software and game dev streamers. We will have a tool called developers.stream that will have information like this that we can pull from and be able to use for our own shout out commands with our bots. Where in the world is that notepad? Holy cow. There it is. Jeez. It's oink. Under the game developers section, shout out, it's oink. Okay. I still would need to write it out. I like to personalize these with a little bit of flair, but it does take a lot of thought for me to add a little bit of flair. I like that. Automate the boring stuff. Yeah, definitely. I mean, my company's name is Automated Realms, and the thing that we intend to do is enhance life through automation, not replace jobs, not take away things people love to do. You can still do those things even if they get automated. But for the people that want to focus their efforts on other things that they don't want to repeat, then they have an automated way of doing those things. That's what I care about. Indle says, why spend 10 minutes a week to do something boring when we can spend two weeks doing something fun to not do the boring thing? Ethical AI. See, that's why I love being here. Yeah. Very, very, very much that. And it's like my life story to Thindle. I mean, how long have I been working on this app? I was asked for this app in October, close to the end of October, or of September. And I told the requester that for what they were asking for, which is I want to take a spreadsheet and import it into our database using some kind of UI that gets added to one of our existing applications. And I'm like, cool, that shouldn't take more than, and I'm thinking it's going to take like 3 days because it's just Excel data reader, file input, on input, read the file to a data table, and then upload that data, transform it to the database data. But then they're like, well, the shape of the data that we're going to get from whoever we're getting the data from will have fields that might not have all of the data that we need. So for example, the actual files that we've been getting, I now have a few samples of, have these column names, and not all of these columns match one-to-one with our expected output columns, and not all of the values are acceptable values for those specific columns. Yes, it's an oik raid, and hello, Tricky Lady. Happy Monday to you. I saw you over on TBD stream earlier. So in this case, we would map soil to S, and we would map water to W. Even though in almost every case, they would only send us one type back, but I'm just showing off the map feature. So now we can see that the output value from getting water back will give us W in our output, and that's no longer an issue. However, and that again, I'm like, okay, so that might only take up to 2 weeks to do, where we're just like, here are these simple rules, copy the value from this this column and transform it to the shape that we're expecting. But then they're like, well, also the lab sample ID, for example, might end up being 2 different fields. So our lab sample ID is now going to be the, let's say, sample number, which is going to be the last number in the lab sample ID. So we write some kind of rule. Oops, B+. That says, give me all of the numbers from this field's value, and then give me back the third value only. Sorry, index 2 only. And so now our lab sample number, oh, this is lab sample ID. Wait, no, this is our number. Our sample number is going to be that, but our field sample number is going to come from the same field and have the same rule, which is give me all numeric groups. And we need a combination of the first thing that we found dash second thing that we found. Oops, I double clicked for whatever reason. And so anyway, point is multiple source fields to multiple output fields and transforming values and all of that. So now it's been 3 months and it's done. I'm just cleaning it up, but yeah. That's where we're at. And even then, this is like too large of a number for this field. Yeah, it's only allowed to be 8 characters. And that's because this is really actually something like the year, date. Yeah, year, month, day. And then the actual lab sample number. Which actually, looking at this, doesn't this almost look like a Julian? No. Like day 280. No, I can't even make it into a Julian date. But anyway, thank you, Tricky Lady. What's my toothbrush color? It's a white toothbrush with a blue. I used the blue ring. They're Sonicare toothbrush heads. So I have one that has a blue ring on the bottom. And the shirt, my toothbrushes are winning. Well, okay, no. Then I have both. My toothbrush head is white, but my toothbrush is black. It looks like this. Oh, I love water picks. I don't have one, but I want one. Yours is dark blue. Nice. Yeah, a yin yang toothbrush. Whoops, did I open that in the browser that I was debugging in? Ops. And now I'm debugging the JavaScript on their page. All right, did I miss any other chats? Are they aware of the feature creep? Yes. So when I was talking with him as we were pricing it out, I was like, okay, well, if you need that, then that's going to take more time. But I still thought it was going to take less than a month. And here we are on month 3. But my shirts are all intended to be kind of irony / comical, where they say something and I'm doing the exact opposite or something very opposite, which is a lot of them are anti-social shirts because I am a pretty non-social being, except while I'm streaming, because this is an opt-in situation where I'm like, okay, I kind of control the situation-ish. I do want to allow for you guys to have your personalities and to come through the way that you do. And it's probably the closest you're going to see me to being social ever. I am waiting for the peopling. Ugh, shirt. Of course I flush. Tricky Lady is saying, gonna lurk. I'm still working on my game thingy thing and have Native American history course on in the background. Well, good luck with that. I hope you are still able to absorb the information you need to get from the course. Thindle says, hurts like heck when you get going, but after a while it's mwah. Yeah, like the first time's flossing after not having had flossed in a long time. And I think people take flossing a little too seriously. It really doesn't take much to floss. If you're doing it consistently, and I would say every day, at least once a day, all you have to do is put the floss in, pull it out, put the floss in, pull it out. Just like that. And you're done. And that keeps your teeth relatively clean. Your gaps relatively clean. Just saying. Yeah. ADHD. I'll get distracted by it constantly anyway. Nice. But yes, Dukasoft, I do floss. Is it for Zelda? Yes. Cool. Caught up. I place my own triggers. Yeah, and that's the thing. If you control them, that's my thing. I control the interruptions that I allow myself. And if I find myself being a little too interrupted, I just turn off the thing that is distracting me or mute it and minimize the window, which is why I kind of disappear from responding on people's streams every now and then. And by mute, most of the time I just take my headphones off. I don't really mute my audio, but point is, that's what I do. Okay, we're still debugging this. We're going to debug the save again and find out what's going on with that. So this is the version that has the method matrix working correctly. We're changing it back to a max characters of 2. Map fields. Save the template over itself. We should hit a breakpoint, and this is where we are getting the template from the mapper state. And this should be a reference to the template itself. And we're updating the reference. So if I go to our lab data state class, which is right above it. So right here, field mappings. And we go to our lab data state class, and we inspect field mapping response, which is where? Field mapping no, it's called found template response. It's called found template response. Is that what we're using? Found template response. And we inspect it here. We should be able to inspect it. Why can't we inspect it in here? Yeah, the only place that we can inspect it is in this mapper state local variable. And it's local to our save as template dialog. Gosh, this is really making me want to move the save handling into the state class. I was talking about doing this earlier too. Yeah, I definitely have the volume set to 1. So like all of these that I am lurking on, which Nerkmine and CodeRad, I thought CodeRad just started streaming, but Nerkmine and CodeRad just ended. Once I start lurking on a stream, I make sure that the volume is set to 1 for all of them, so that they get my viewership. Oh, CodeRad is still streaming. This looked like his ending stream. Anyway, that's Basil. Okay, Draw Curiosity is in. I'm going to have to lurk soon here too. Well, thank you so much for the lurking. I do appreciate those of you that do keep the stream running and lurking, but definitely don't feel obligated to if it's taking up too much of your computer's processing or anything. But I do appreciate your energy. Okay, so the found template response. Oh, I don't think the issue is how much is so much how well you floss, it's if you floss at all. Yeah, exactly. And it's like just putting the thing between your teeth and pulling it out is enough to start cleaning it. Like my routine, not that it matters, my routine is brush my teeth, floss, rinse with mouthwash. And that seems to work pretty nicely. And Itzwik says, as far as I know, each external IP only counts for max 2 viewers. Even if spread across multiple devices, unless Twitch changed something. Oh. For max 2 viewers. Okay, so even if I was using multi-stream to watch 4 people, only 2 of them would get my viewership from this IP. Huh. Yummy. All right. Enjoy, Big Gamey. May your lunch help your nausea and just have you feel much better overall. Draw Curiosity said, day starting up and all. I'd do my best. And lurks to share my love of good moral hygiene. I definitely gloss, mouthwash, the whole shebang. You mean gloss? I gloss. I don't floss all the time either. That's the thing. It's like just enough. Just enough. It's mostly the brushing and mouthwash routine, I think. That helps. And like I say that because every time I go to the dentist, they're like, you have really nice teeth. And I'm like, thank you. I appreciate it. I try my best. And I kind of scared my dentist because they were like asking me to open my mouth and then to close my mouth around the thingy so that they can do the x-ray. And I went, and they could hear it, and they're like, did your jaw just pop? I'm like, no, that's just what it sounds like when I bite down. Like, that doesn't hurt? I'm like, no. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. We're trying to figure out why this reference isn't updating, is what we're trying to do. So, if we look at our field mapping response, and we look at this one in particular, our mapping rules, source field transformations, value transformation, our substring rule is 02, and now I can't remember if that's what we're updating it to. Ooh. I can't remember if that's what we're trying to update it to. Wait a minute. I think that's what I'm doing wrong. That's what I'm doing wrong. Oh my gosh. Okay. When we do the mapping, we're updating the, I don't know what we're updating actually. So the place that we should be looking is in our field mapping content to find out what exactly we are modifying. Which one of you is field mapper content? Is it really field mapper editor? Excuse me, I thought that I made a thing called field mapping content. It's called field mapping editor. Hello, Foolish Snubble. Hope you're having a great day. Had a great day? I had a great day. All right, what are we updating when we push map values button? Missing attribute name. I'm sorry, what? My trunk is not ugly. Don't call my trunk ugly. Oh, you're talking to Snubble. All right, we're binding field transform to edit field transform. Where's the button? It's in the flyout. It's in the computer? Dang it. And you guys are opening down here. Okay, so handle commit clicked. Which is passing back our edited field mappings. And the place that it's being used. Oh man, this is quite the disarray, if I do say so. Oof. Field transformation. Okay, so it's in here and we are at bind field transformation. So it's got to be in here. This is where it's going to matter. Yeah, okay. So the hierarchy for this is when we load this, it's not in debug anymore. It's like says, I'm going to enter couch mode and lurk mode. Need some horizontal relaxing before bed. Enjoy your time. Thank you so much for the raid. Oik. Really, really appreciate you. Look forward to catching your next streams. Okay, pick a file, pick your nose, load a template. Loading the template is not the issue. All right, so from the point where we make the change, so all of this is editing a copy of the template currently. Yeah. And here we can see I just changed the number to 1. And what we're getting back is a value transformation with a max length of 1. And then we're going to do this repopulate transformation results, which I don't really care about. This is just applying the in values and out values at every stage of the transformation pipeline, as well as getting the final version. So we don't care about that part. The one that we do care about is once we map fields. Okay, so that wasn't the position that we're looking for. It's probably this. Handle transformations changed. Excuse me. Don't mind my belching. Rude. So rude. Yeah, what happens when we click map fields? That's what I want to know. Didn't we find it? Didn't we see it? Oh, okay. So the base class for my field mapper opened up here. That's the thing that I care about. The editor has a button that says layout, map fields. When that is clicked, we handle commit clicked, which does on commit clicked. Right, and this is the thing I was looking for, was the on commit clicked. And that's what I didn't see in our field configuration. Interesting. I don't have an on commit clicked. Well, that's confusing. Because I'm in the wrong place. Sumimasen. This is what I was looking for. Okay, so on commit clicked, my data file mapper state replace field mappings. This is the method. Oh geez, Dukasoft, how dare? How dare? Pew. Did you miss still? Can't believe you missed twice in a row, Dukasoft. How am I at being automated roams? Oh geez. Better. Much better. Okay, hopefully that is the breakpoint we're going to hit, and it is. Okay, so replace field mappings. The incoming field mappings, number 9, is a mapping rule that is copy with a source field transformation with a value transformation of substring operation 0, 1. Okay, so the thing that we are trying to replace our field mappings with is correct, but we are never replacing our found template field mappings. Of course we aren't updating our found template field mappings with this, because there is no such thing as a found template response in the core library. So are you doing something else on top of this? Perchance? No, you're not. This is where I need to do the actual update of the field mappings. Okay. And the way that I'm going to do that is... No, we can't do it here. Again, this is the original. Okay, we can't do it here. This is not where we do it. There were multiple hits, weren't there? Yeah. Well, crap. Oh man, no, bad. What else do we have? Replace and display mode. Yeah, I don't have a way to pass these field mappings to my state. So I'm going to have to do that somewhere else. How am I going to do that? Okay, here's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna take a quick break to refill my water bottles. I'll be right back, and we will get the state field mappings for the current template updated when we push that map button. Right? Right. Be right back. That was crazy sounding, Tessie. I heard the 100% power shot, and I was like in the middle of refilling the bottle. I almost spilt it everywhere. I am back. So you do get more points the longer the arrow stays in the air. The problem is that the arrow needs to cross the tip of the arrow, the 1 pixel tip of the arrow needs to cross the 1 pixel vertical plane at the front of the target in order for it to be counted as a hit. So you can imagine that going at a high angle and not really, like, you have to be like pixel perfect in order for that to hit. And BitGamey has done it before. It's amazing to see. You get a ton of bonus points. But definitely shooting it, hitting the target as close to the center as possible gets you as close to 100 score, regardless of how hard or soft you shoot the arrow. 2 dad jokes. Yes, another shout out for BitGamey, amazing streamer, fantastic person, awesome to hang out with. But 2 jokes. Did you hear about the bread factory burning down? They say the business is toast. That's rude. That makes me sad. Then Dukabot says, what is the difference between ignorance and apathy? I don't know and I don't care. It's one of my favorite jokes. That one's a hit. That one will never get old. All right. So as promised, we're going to get the, what's it? The field mappings to be updated. So the issue that is happening is that this entire UI with the field mapper is part of a different library. It's the core library of this entire project. It's the one that is open sourced, that has nothing to do with templating, saving your mappings as a template. At least not at the moment. Maybe I will add additional features for that. But there's no way to save your mapping as a template currently. Save or load. And so once we do the UI action of map fields, that's when I'm expecting my template to get updated. I could have sworn that we saw in the code behind, when we were changing the field transformations, that it was finding the template. Now I'm not even going to be able to find what file that was in. Ah, it was in the actual save button in the dockable toolbar. So it was in this button here, that when we click save, it updates the state template. Unfortunately, even at this point, the states template is not reflective of the template that's being used inside of the UI. So what I really need is a method that is listening for... Aha, I have an idea. A method in state that's listening, subscribed to and listening for any changes to the mapper field. Oh, I'm so confused. I confused myself. Never happened before. Found template, toast service, selected template ID, replace field mappings. Okay, so this replace field mappings is from the core library. Data file dot field mappings for the, aha, okay. Whew. Maybe what I do instead, come on, brain, you can do this. Oh, I'm walking through slog in my brain right now. It's like slowing to a crawl. Because again, 30 minutes before the end of the day. I can do this. Just reach into that well, grab the energy. Let's keep going. Oh. So here's what I'm going to do in order to organize myself. The data mapper state and the lab data import state are the two things that I really care about right now. Everything else is noise. We're going to open it as needed. I could have just closed all but pinned. My bad. I need to keep at least one file open up here, so we'll keep you open for now. Oh, maybe you. Okay, Okay. This should help declutter my brain as well. Less visual stimulus overload stuff. Okay. The thing that I do need is my field mapper flyout. Nope, not even that. What do I need? What kinds of events? We have the field mapper display mode changed. And when the field mapper display mode goes from anything else to hide, then we know that we are dismissing the field mapper display dialog. When we're dismissing the field mapper display dialog, that would be the first opportunity to update our template, our found template response field mappings to match the ones that were just configured in the field mapper display dialog / flyout / whatever the editor is open in. So to do that, we look for the active field mappings, which is a if statement. Data file dot table definitions dot try get field mappings data file dot active data table name. Do I not have something that just gives me the active data field mappings? What variables do I have? Active what? Only the active data table. Okay, so we need a few things. We need data file to be not null, and not, or yeah, active data table is not null. And I guess we're going to check for this first, because that's a much faster check. And okay, so if we are able, oh, I guess then we can do these two at the same time as well. And this KTS, what is that? Is that like BTS except the K? It's windy and snowy in Norway. It was a mistyped or misplaced home row keys, or wherever you normally have your hands. Yeah, my parents got I'm not even going to try to quote it because I don't really care. But because you brought it up, Mom and Poppy, 8 to 12 inches of snow last night, but they had snowdrifts that came into their driveway, and it actually went up to their windows and covered half of their door. So it was 3 to 6 feet. I'm not very good with units. So 1 to 2 meters of snow. And they got trapped in the house because they couldn't anything. They couldn't make it out. And it wasn't a bad thing because they're still in a house and they have power. My mommy and my daddy. Okay, so we have the updated field mappings here. We need to update our existing field mappings now. But we need to know if we have a loaded template. How do I know if I have a loaded template? Handle template selected. Selected existing template ID. So the other thing that we care about is, do we have a loaded template at all? Yeah, but there's still a problem. I'm going to update the cache template even if the user has not yet saved. So this isn't the place to do this either. Yeah. Yeah, the only time that we should be trying to do this is when we are saving. So let's go back to our save as dialog, code behind. And it's in the handle commit. Yeah. And what does an upsert template request look like? Yeah. Okay, so then where is the field mappings getting set? On load? That is here, and that is set up or restore. And set up or restore is try get. Aha. Okay, all right, so we have a couple of paths that we're going to go down. This, man, that took some time to find, but I think this is going to be the place where we're trying to get the table definition field mappings that we were just modifying in the UI. And this is where it's not populating correctly. Right here. Yeah. We got this. We're going to get 8,000 points. No. Who took my keyboard focus? I was busy typing. Awesome. Cool. Okay, continue. We've got this. It's gonna work. Pick a file, pick your nose, pick your friend's nose. Load a template. Save a cowboy. Modify the template. I have no idea what I'm saying, by the way. And change you to 1. We don't care about this breakpoint anymore. Map fields. Don't care about this breakpoint anymore. The thing that we do care about is when we start loading this, which path are we taking? And the path we're taking is we have a selected template ID data file is not null, active data table is not null. We're going to try to get the field mappings, or specifically the table definition, which has both the field mappings and the imported field information, which currently has the validation rule, the mapping rule with a source field transformation with a validation value transformation of substring 01. So this is up to date. The template is going to be the cached template, which again, I'll delete that in a second, but the template itself is non-nullable. The return object whose ID matches. If the found template is null, then we do nothing. Otherwise, we need to apply the field mappings from the table definition to our request. So this is correct even. So our upsert template request should have the updated rule. Excuse me. Did I move over the wrong thing? That's field descriptors. Try again. Wait. Field mappings. 9. Mapping rule. You'd think we haven't been doing this for the last 6 hours. Okay, 01. That is absolutely correct. So our upsert request is definitely going to be definitely going to have the updated values. So, oh man, I hit F5. Wait, no, F5 was the right thing to hit. So if we go here, of course it has the right values because we know that the database is getting updated. What isn't getting updated is the found template response after saving, and that's because what? You're getting the template. Why? There is absolutely no reason that the template in memory is not getting updated. Okay, so we're going to save over. Our upsert template response still has the rule number 9 of copy with a value transformation of substring 01. That's exactly what we're looking for. We do the request, and that saves it to the database. There were errors that came back. Oh, which is an artifact of taking too long to debug even a Blazor server set of code. Dagnabbit. You're being so unhelpful with the shifting focus size, focus sources. Oof. We don't need this breakpoint anymore. Cool, so it did not actually save to the database because of that error that it got. We don't need this anymore. Changing util 1, mapping. So for no other breakpoints that we set, save. We're loading it up and getting the right values in our upsert template. So our field mappings in our upsert template request include the updated field mapping for number 9. Oh. Yep. Ampersand then. We hit the save button, and this is where we sent the request to the server with the correct upsert template request, where our field mappings, rule number 9, mapping rule is substring 01. Perfect. Were you in error this time? It was not an error this time. We are initializing our return object, our list of templates, if they are not currently initialized. If the template that we just saved had an ID, then that means it was an existing template, so we need to update the one that we have in memory. Otherwise, it's a new template, and we need to add that one to the ones that we have in memory. Here we have a update one. We find the template in memory. We see that our field mappings that we're trying to update it to include the mapping rule, source field, value transformation of substring 01. And once we update this template from our state, found template response, list of objects, we see that that object does have the substring 01. We're out of here, so now if we look at mapper state, found template responses, return object, the one for the one that we've been working on, FF39A, field mappings, number 9, mapping rule, source field transformations, value transformations, 02. It did not update. What does that mean? What does that mean? And how do I fix that? We know that the return object on our found template response is an enumerable of user import template model. When I grab the first using link, I should still be getting an object reference to the first matching object, to the first object where this predicate is satisfied. But it's almost like it's giving me a copy and not the original object. So what am I supposed to do? Because the whole reason that I was doing it this way is so I wouldn't have to repopulate all of the transformation results. But could I instead then mapper state dot remove all? Isn't there a remove all on enumerable? C# enumerable, remove all. How do we remove? We do except, right? Except by. We can't do it that way. I've never used except by. IEnumerable of t key second. So this would be our our selected ID. This would be the key selector. Which I guess I really mean that to be upsert ID. So if we remove it first and then we do this thingy here, which is essentially going to be the same code as when there is not an ID. Man, this is really, really brainular hard. Var update template. Thank you so much for the follow. As I have said before, I do not show names for new followers because I don't want you to feel obligated to have to be called out or to say anything. If you just wanted to follow to be notified when I go live, or you just want to lurk or see when I am live or whatever, but you don't want to be bothered, then that is why I don't show names. But that also means that you are very absolutely welcome to chat if you feel like chatting. So the update template is going to be a new field. No, what are you guys even called? User import template. We're just going to stop this. We're going to stop the code. User import template model with all of the required fields populated and the ID. Is going to be the upsert template request.id. Is it really nullable? I mean, we should know that it's not null at this point in time. Yeah, so no squiggly telling us this might be null, because we know it's not null. And what else? Yeah, then we merge them. Yeah, and then we set the selected template ID to that. All right, so this should be the last run. This should work. What is your refactor suggestion? Introduce a local. That's not helpful. All right, here we go. This should be our last run. This is going to work. We will have had figured out the issue from the get-go. Get-go. I'm also going to learn how to spell words, just not today. Okay, here we go. It's gonna work. 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 Bucket, a bucket, a bucket of fish. Biscuits and gravy. Biscuits and gravy. Biscuits and gravy. Biscuits. McDonald's drive-thru. All right, so modifying this to be incorrect since it did save to the database on that last run. So we're going to save it with a 2, save, breakpoint. Upload response was not error, which means that it's saved to the database now. We're removing the templates from the return objects. So I bet you this returns the new IEnumerable. So I need to actually set this equal to dagnabbit. Are you going to hot reload for me? Please apply the code changes. Pretty please. No code changes were found. We're going to assume that it did. We want this number to turn to 1 after this step. Oh, it's not. Oh, yes, it is because I'm doing it except by, not the actual object reference. Okay. It's not. Okay. Does this at least add a new one? It does. And does that new one have the rule? The correct, incorrect rule? Source. 02. Okay. Okay. So since we have this code change, I am going to run it one more time. I lied. I'm going to go to hell. I am not going to go to hell for one small unintentional fib. Internal audience is jeering at me. Do not tell people lies. How dare. All right. Load. Change to the correct version, or one of the correct versions. Map. And the reason that I would actually change that one to have a map of SO to S or WA or water to W is because this could be like from the same lab. They'd give us the same set of columns and the same type of output, and they may give us soil, they may give us water back. So I want to be able to use the same template regardless of whether it's a water or a soil sample response. Okay, so we save, hit the breakpoint, was not an error. We're going to watch this number change from 2 to 1, which needs to be evaluated in order for the editor to give us it actually went to 1. And so it is. Perfect. Thank you, BitGamey. And then we're creating the new template to be applied with our field mappings that have, oh, I guess it's going to be in here, that have the updated rule. Number 9. No, you know what? Oh my gosh, it's still missing a thing. Where did those go? It's not missing a thing. Where is the... Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Just imagine that I didn't push anything. And so now we're going to have 2 in our return objects. And here they are. And the second one will have the updated value, transformation, with 0 and 1. Is that what we changed it to? Field mappings here. Mapping rules. I've already lost track. Okay, 0 and 1 is what we were trying to change it to according to our upsert response. So now the question is, now that we're done with all of that, if I go from mapper state, which is the thing that's shared across all of my components, found template response, return object, results view, the second one does our 9th rule, the matrix, have a mapping rule, source field, value transformation, 0 and 1. It does. And so once that applies here, anything else? Are we waiting on anything else? Just apply. Just do the thing. Just go.
It's over 9,000!
It is. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop it. But we're gonna do a full run through without debug, reload the template, make sure that it has the right value with -2 interruptions in my own brains. Interruption number 1 was that it opened in the wrong browser. Let's set, oh my goodness, where did it go? Let's set this browser as our most recent. Control F5. Geology rocks, but geography is where it's at. True. And then the other joke, coffee has a tough time at my house. Every morning it gets mugged. I think I can say that mine gets mugged. Localhost 7194. I don't know why I didn't. Oh, because it's already in the browser. I didn't open a new tab. Loaded, applied, change from 1 to 2, close, map, save, save. See that it's still 2 because we haven't tried to reapply. And now we're going to reapply our template and it's still 2. Let's change the mapping type to map values so that SO goes to S. Add it, save the template, saved, still looks right. It's still a mapping rule. And then reload the template and open up our mappings. And we see that it's still the mapping rule. And then we refresh and select a file. Oh, yay. Oye. Load the template, see the mapping rule, and we see that it is still a mapping values. That is correct. Oh my gosh, that took way longer than it should have. Point is that works. The other things that I'm going to do with this is once the save is successful, it just needs a toast. So fix issue with cached templates after saving over existing. These are my commit messages. Yes, they are way too long. But here after a successful save, if anything fails inside of this try catch, we would leave. But we will toast errors here and here. and we will toast success here. And the way that I do that is I have a toaster service. Toast service. Toast service. I have a toast service with a helper method on it for make toast. And then I tell it what things that I want in the toast. And I have some helper methods on regular strings to turn them into markup strings, so that if I am using a HTML in here, then this will be a H2 surrounding a span if I wanted. Span, title, saved, whatever I feel like putting in there. But this will toast the success, which should work now. Did I stop it from running? Are you async? You're void. Yeah, absolutely. So the styling on my toast is not great, but the actual functionality is good. The only issue with the functionality is when you have multiple toasts and one of them disappears, the other one disappears with it. And it's not supposed to until, they each have their own timeout period. That part does work, but the entire toast gets dismissed when one times out. But that is on GitHub, Blazor Component Library, toast. Here. Okay, so save template should toast. Yeah, there, template saved. And then the errors are going to be just as easy. Right there, I still need to review what Copilot gave me. I don't think that I like this. I think I want to put the template name in there and say that it's saved. And then the errors, I need to decide what information I'm going to put in the error itself if it errors. And in fact, if it errors, I think I'm not going to toast. I am going to display the response messages in the save as dialog, as a matter of fact. So what I meant to say is that if it errors, it just returns and it will actually show the error in the save as dialog already. So I don't need to do anything else. Yeah. It's already okay. It's already going to display. So we're good. We are done. Created toast. Save template. Success. Toast. Yeah, so that's it for us for today. I will be back again on Wednesday. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, that was too many duns for me. Which dun song were you dunning? Toast? Anyway, I will be hanging out on Irish John, but just to rate someone that we haven't rated, as TBD started this morning rating people that we don't normally raid, she was in our stream. She has content that is different than software development. She's like she said, she's an intellectual who found Twitch. Yep, Draw Curiosity. I learned about Draw Curiosity through BitGamey, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, she's going around supporting a whole bunch of developer streamers and just everyone. She's a great supporter of people. So we'll be lurking over there. I'll be lurking over there. I'm gonna switch my day into working on music, playing with music, having fun with music. So we're going to go over and raid draw curiosity. That is going to be it for my day. I need to actually push this so that it's available on my other computer. As mentioned before, there are still a few things that I want to get done for the UI, but man, this project is almost done and we can get back into the real application maintenance management work very, very soon. Oh, it's going to be great. All right, my videos do get posted to YouTube after I end the stream, provided I remember to push the start button on stream to YouTube. And Restream has been working for us, so had we had any YouTube chats, we would have seen it. Awesome. We have a new raid call from the Bit Gamies. Thank you so much for those. Yeah. So anyway, back again on Wednesday. We'll see where I'm at with this. Hopefully we'll be moving on to whatever was next in the queue, which I have completely forgotten about. Ciao.